NUS High. And since then, we don't have any more other of such specialized, STEM schools. It's just NUS High and School of Science and Technology. This school is different from NUS High. NUS High offers a 6 years program. This one offers a 4 year program for grades 7 to 10. So the secondary school, middle school years. Um, and also something that's different here is that the students at the end of the 4 years will take the national O-level examination. Something very unique about this school is that it offers applied programs in, like for example, art design, media and technology, innovation and entrepreneurship, ICT, and they link up with the polytechnics as well as with the universities to do applied research. Yeah, so that is something which is unique about SST. So this is actually the first category of the STEM in Singapore. The second one will be on programs that is used to support the mainstream schools. So SST and NUS High is unique. They're independent schools. So how about the mainstream schools? We have the majority of schools which are mainstream. How are they supported to do STEM? So this is where STEM Inc. Okay, comes into the picture. So STEM Inc. Is the acronym for Science, Technology, Engineering and Mathematics, Innovation and Creativity. So it was established in 2014 as a unit of the Science Center. They receive direct funding from the Ministry of Education. Its main mandate is to support the mainstream schools to implement the MOE Applied Learning Program, or ALP for short. What is this Applied Learning Program all about? It is basically an effort to create more opportunities that is authentic and practice oriented for students so that they are able to acquire practical skills. They are able to, be exposed to opportunities where they can apply what they usually learn in their theory classes, to solving real world context problems, as well as, to have all these STEM focused activities. So the STEM Inc. receives the funding, and what they do is they write these curriculum. They also provide a curriculum specialist who will work hand in hand with the schools to roll out these curriculum. So they have over the years designed a suite of STEM activities covering areas including like some of these which I show here: health science, design, design and making, material science, sustainability, emerging technologies. So the schools can actually look at what they offer in their portfolio and see, okay, let's say if I want to, offer emerging technologies, what are some modules that STEM Inc. has come up with? What is the recommended duration? Is it going to be like 10 weeks or 20 weeks long? And so they will work hand in hand with the curriculum specialists at STEM Inc., to customize the program for the students. Yeah, so that's the kind of support that's given to schools to help them implement the STEM applied learning program, and not to, just say, okay, now do STEM, and then, you're left on your own to go and find your materials. That is not the case. So, through STEM Inc., that is the kind of support that MOE afford to the schools to help them get started. So in the initial years, once they embark on the applied learning program, they get some seed funding from MOE to implement the applied learning programs in their school. Over 2 years, 3 years, the teachers build up their own competencies in running these programs. They will then become independent and take over the running of the subsequent programs without the help of STEM Inc. Okay, so now I'll move on to the last category here, which is on the, Mary STEM, which I said earlier is the only STEM education research center in Singapore. So this is actually our mission, to enhance the quality of STEM literacy across cross-disciplinary partnership. We want to underscore the idea of cross-disciplinary, because I think right now in the literature, there's a lot of talks about multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary, rather than being overwhelmed with trying to demarcate whether this is whether this is inter, multi, or trans. We just call it cross-disciplinary, so that we are not so uh, you know um, strict about what kind of integration is this, but to be more purposeful in terms of thinking about our integration. So this is actually, like I mentioned earlier, there's just so much definition, different definitions of STEM. So we needed a working definition. So this is our working definition. Basically, it's a cross-disciplinary platform for learning disciplinary knowledge, practices, and dispositions by engaging with real-world problems in search for improved outcomes. So our research center is actually a formal research center with an advisory board comprising, academics, researchers, teacher, educators, as well as even our industry partners. We have people here who are in physics education, chemistry education, math education, engineering. We also have the content people as well. And our work really, our core business is really in research, teaching, and outreach. So I'll just go through some examples of this in terms of our research. We have come up with this uh, STEM quartet, and we have already published this paper. It's a conceptual paper to explain the ideas of this problem-centric STEM. I have presented this in other conferences, so I will not delve too much into it. But the paper is an open access paper, so it can be downloaded for free. But basically, I just want to underscore that the way we look at STEM and run and design our lessons is to make it problem centric. But this is actually, like version 101. We have like other variations of this, which we have written paper, and currently the paper is under review. But in this model, our first version of this is a problem-centric STEM. The problem has to fulfill three characteristics. It has to be complex, it has to be persistent, and it has to be extended. And based on this model, we have piloted and tested our ideas in the classrooms, as well as published other papers on the results of this curriculum. Other research papers that we have published includes like Women in STEM. We also have a paper that I have published with one of my students that look at the STEM PLC in Islamic school context in Thailand. We also look at humanistic learning in STEM, as well as did a comparative, international study on international students in STEM schools. And based on this STEM quartet, we have also designed many undergraduate, pre-service, in-service, as well as graduate level courses, as well as consultancy courses, and run STEM hackathons, which has been kindly funded by industry partners such as ExxonMobil. The STEM hackathons are for students as well as for teachers. And we also want to participate in international efforts to push for integrated STEM as well as STEM for women. So these are some of our STEM events that we have organized, including one that happened this year that is funded by APEC. And this is actually overseen together with UKM. Yeah, so it's a partnership with UKM. And we'll also like to, contribute our efforts in building this regional STEM identity. And hence, we have projects which are funded by Temasek Foundation. Currently, we have an active program with Thailand and Indonesia, as well as a symposium for STEM Asia leaders in July. So as all our work, as I said earlier, is I just want to underscore that it's informed by our STEM quartet, and we have over time developed a suite of resources, such as just to show the cover page of these materials that we have used to run our in-service programs. And finally, I just want to say that all these efforts is eventually, to uh, culminate in this, 21st century learning, you know, because STEM education is believed to be the catalyst to achieving STEM 21st century learning, which is much needed in this VUCA world. So in this slide here, the STEM, we believe that our work can address the foundational knowledge, humanistic knowledge, as well as the meta knowledge, which is much needed in the development and support of students' 21st century learning. So with that, I thank you very much for your attention. Uh, this the content of these slides will be published in this book chapter, which should be out this year. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Teo. Attendees, delegates want to ask any questions, you can actually raise your hand.
I think there's a question from Zida. Right.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Dr. Kartini, can I ask the question?
Yep, Sean, go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof. Teo. I really enjoyed your presentation. I'm just really interested in your, sort of your notion about intentionality in STEM education, and I am involved in more towards education for sustainable development. So I would like to have your sort of perspective on how you see STEM education can be better connected with this idea of environmental education, education for sustainable development. Some insights on that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a very important question, and it links to the point about intentionality.
Yes.
So, what is the purpose of teaching sustainability, right? So, how do we actually start a lesson? We can imagine that, okay, we can bring in the few people, to talk, and experts to talk about sustainability, but how do we actually ground that particular curriculum? So we can ground it, for example, in a problem, right? And then what is the intention of it? The intention of it is to allow students to see the real world issues, right? And this letting them learn that this real world problem is not a once-off problem that it's just a fad. You talk about it and then it will disappear.
Yeah.
It's just some political uh, people who just want to make a hoo-ha out of it, but to allow the students to realize that this problem is complex to the extent that you cannot just rely on the scientists to solve the problem. You need to bring in the mathematician, you need to bring in the engineers, you need to bring in the politicians, you need to bring in the economists. So that's where people, students will start realizing that, hey, yeah, it's a complex problem that cannot be solved by science alone. So it's complex. It is also an extended problem because it doesn't affect just one group of people. It affects many people around the world. And if we do our part in trying to be sustainable, but if my neighbor doesn't do it, like here I'm trying to recycle, my plastic bottles, but I see my neighbor who's staying next door, basically just throwing and just plastic bottles into the garbage bin, even though it's recyclable, then he or she is not actually contributing to this ecosystem here, right? Like in Japan, everybody contributes to it. Their whole community is really heavily involved in the recycling, and the collective effort is important. And then it is a persistent problem because it like this issue with global warming is not going to go away that soon. We don't see it going away. We see it going, even becoming worse. So if we want students to realize that, and then that is where intentionally I will create a problem-centric STEM lesson. But if let's say my students are really very good with all this content, my students really know what's all this problem, and all these solutions, but then I realize that something is missing about them. When they come up with solutions, they don't think of the people. So this is where I will try to create what we call a human-centric STEM, where you address the issue of sustainability by first foregrounding the people. So we're not talking about the problem, but who are the people who are affected by the manifestations of not, being sustainable. So that is where we bring up the humanistic aspect before we go into the STEM content. Yeah, so the intentionality is there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Are there any other questions from the floor? Please raise your hand. Oh, I guess there are no more questions from the floor. I've one question, Prof. Teo.
Mhm.
You know how the STEM Inc. intend to give the MOE would give a seed funding to the schools for the STEM program, and then once the teachers are comfortable and they have been trained, then they start off their own program. Would that need further funding? What's their expectation that the teachers themselves come up with their own funding for the schools, or how after that, after the seed funding?
Oh, okay. I think the schools have a budget. Yeah, and the budget is based on the number of students in the school. So the schools can always continue to. So like for example, if they engage STEM Inc. for the first 2 years, and they pay for the materials and things like that, and let's say after a period of time, let's say the third year and fourth year, they can still continue to use the materials that is provided by STEM Inc. So like they are very generous in terms of their worksheets, and whatever materials that they have borrowed and things like that, they can still continue to use them. But what they may need to is just probably to replace the disposable materials or what the wear and tear, just to replace. But the school can always draw from the kind of teaching materials fund that is given to the school. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Prof. Teo. If there are no other questions, can we just put our hands together for Prof. Teo for her talk on the evolution of education in STEM education in Singapore. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
My favorite part of the job is going to a show and having some teacher come up and say, hey, this really works well. The kids love it.
Oh, that is super cool.
Our goal is to make a significant contribution to science education. And if we can provide the tools so that the student can measure, we can allow them to do science and not just study about science. My favorite part of the job is going to a show and having some teacher come up and say, hey, this really works well. The kids love it.
Oh, that is super cool.
Our goal is to make a significant contribution to science education. And if we can provide the tools so that the student can measure, we can allow them to do science and not just study about science.
Okay, without further ado, let's go on to the last plenary session for this morning. I would like to invite Ms. Fiona Morris. She's a counselor in education and science at the Australian High Commission, Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Today, she will be talking to us about STEM education policies in Australia. Ms. Fiona Morris is the counselor in education and research at the Australian Embassy in Malaysia, and she works closely with her counterpart in Malaysia. She has the responsibility for the Australian bilateral education, training and research relationships in Malaysia, and to ensure that there's multilateral education engagement. She has had a diverse career in government, education and corporate sectors with a focus on marketing and branding and higher education, research and science policies. She was She previously served as the Consul in Education, Science and Training with the Australian Consulate General in Los Angeles, and she was responsible for the strategic positioning of Australia's education and research interests in the US, Mexico and Canada. So now she'll be talking to us about the STEM education policies in Australia. Kindly be invited, Ms. Morris.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cartini. Can you hear me okay?
Yep. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to try and share my screen now to see if you can see my presentation. Just one second.
Yep.
Can you see my screen?
Yep, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. Great. Just going to change that to, there we go. All right. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much to the University of Malaya and the National STEM Association for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. It's a great pleasure to be here. As Dr. Cartini mentioned, my name is Fiona Morris. I am the Counsellor, Education and Science at the Australian High Commission here in Kuala Lumpur. I've been in Malaysia for about 6 months now. I arrived late last year and have been to various MCOs and CMCOs, but very much enjoying being here. Australia and Malaysia have had a very long history of cooperation in education, in higher education, in research and in science collaboration. So I work for the Australian Commonwealth Department of Education, Skills and Employment. And we also have another department, which is the Department of Industry and Science, and we work very closely with them because our portfolios cross over. So we have responsibility for higher education and research, and although they have the national policy ownership of science, as the Education Department, we have ownership of the policies for STEM in schools and in higher education and vocational.
We're having a technical glitch at this moment. We've actually lost Ms. Morris at the moment. I will get back to you in a few minutes. In the meantime, we'll be running some advertisement for the STEM seminar and also from our sponsors.
My favorite part of the job is going to a show and having some teacher come up and say, hey, this really works well. The kids love it.
Oh, that is super cool.
Our goal is to make a significant contribution to science education. And if we can provide the tools so that the student can measure, we can allow them to do science and not just study about science. My favorite part of the job is going to a show and having some teacher come up and say, hey, this really works well. The kids love it.
Oh, super cool.
Our goal is to make a significant contribution to science education. And if we can provide the tools so that the student can measure, we can allow them to do science and not just study about science. My favorite part of the job is going to a show and having some teacher come up and say, hey, this really works well. The kids love it.
Oh, super cool.
Our goal is to make a significant contribution to science education. And if we can provide the tools so that the student can measure, we can allow them to do science and not just study about science. My favorite part of the job is going to a show and having some teacher come up and say, hey, this really works well. The kids love it.
Oh, super cool.
Our goal is to make a significant contribution to science education. And if we can provide the tools so that the student can measure, we can allow them to do science and not just study about science. My favorite part of the job is going to a show and having some teacher come up and say, hey, this really works well. The kids love it.
Oh, super cool.
Our goal is to make a significant contribution to science education. And if we can provide the tools so that the student can measure, we can allow them to do science and not just study about science. My favorite part of the job is going to a show and having some teacher come up and say, hey, this really works well. The kids love it.
Oh, super cool.
Our goal is to make a significant contribution to science education. And if we can provide the tools so that the student can measure, we can allow them to do science and not just study about science. My favorite part of the job is going to a show and having some teacher come up and say, hey, this really works well. The kids love it.
Oh, super cool.
Our goal is to make a significant contribution to science education. And if we can provide the tools so that the student can measure, we can allow them to do science and not just study about science.
Hi, participants, delegates, and presenters. Right now, we're having a technical glitch. Miss Fiona will be back with us in 10 minutes. We will restart in about 5 to 10 minutes. Please stay on while we run some videos from our sponsors. In case if you're wondering what's going on at the moment, it's just a technical glitch. Thank you for being so considerate and so kind to wait.
Hello, everybody again. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you now.
My apologies. My computer just completely froze and I had to restart everything.
All right, no problem.
Okay, let's try that again. I'm just
all
going to
right.
share my options. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, I'm going to try that again. Okay, here we go again. My apologies, everybody. I hope that doesn't happen again. So as I mentioned, I don't know where I dropped out, but thank you very much for having me here. Australia and Malaysia have a very long history of collaboration in research and science. Because of the delay, I'm just going to get straight into it. So today my work is going to focus, my presentation is going to focus on Australia's National STEM School Education Strategy, because there are a lot of components to STEM education, and I think this is a really important component because, as other presenters have mentioned today, STEM starts even as early childhood, and it's really important to get the students interested in STEM and mathematics at that very early age. So high quality STEM education and providing students with the STEM skills that industry needs is critically important for Australia's current and future productivity. I know my colleague Professor Teo also mentioned this in terms of ensuring that we have citizens who are prepared for the world around them. This is particularly important as Australia and the world recover from the impact of the COVID pandemic. Building the pipeline to STEM jobs of the future begins at school and in early childhood education. In Australia, occupations which require STEM skills grew by 16.5% between 2013 and 2018, 1.6 times higher than the growth rate in non-STEM jobs. As part of Australia's plan to re-establish and grow its economy, Australia is looking at how it can remedy the STEM skills shortfall, particularly in areas such as specialised manufacturing. And I think one of the areas that everybody is very interested in at the moment is the ability to manufacture vaccines, such as the mRNA vaccine. Some of you may know that Australia is currently manufacturing the AstraZeneca vaccine in a facility in Melbourne. And this was an early decision which the Australian government made in order to ensure proper supply of the vaccines for Australia's population, and so that we could respond to the COVID pandemic and move forwards to a new normal. However, what we currently do not have is the capacity to manufacture mRNA vaccines. And this is something that Australia is looking at very carefully at the moment. And we have a specialised task force within our Department of Industry and Science, which is looking at this issue. And it will require very specialised STEM skills. So just giving a little bit of context for the discussion today, Australian students have demonstrated strengths in applying their skills and knowledge to solve challenging problems, with only 7 of the 44 participating countries in the OECD PISA 2012 assessment outperforming Australian students. However, Australia's 2018 PISA results are concerning, particularly in mathematics and science. And Australian students' performance was lower than the OECD average in mathematical literacy for the first time. And this is of great concern to Australian policymakers in the education area and in higher education, and of course, and in industry who need those STEM skills. And I heard Professor Teo saying that many policymakers have been interested in Singapore's performance in the PISA assessments, and she is absolutely correct. Australia is very interested, and I know that our new Minister for Education is particularly interested in what Singapore is doing in terms of teacher education. There is a need for continued focus on improved learning outcomes, particularly to ensure better access to future opportunities for groups who are underrepresented in STEM in Australia, such as girls and women, Indigenous students, students in rural and regional areas, and students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. One of the things that we have noticed in Australia too is that Australian students currently lack engagement in and enthusiasm for STEM subjects. The TIMSS 2015 data show quite negative attitudes towards mathematics and science, and disadvantaged students like maths and science even less. And this is something that I think was very true when I went to school, which was quite some time ago now, that there is a false belief among both children and parents in Australia that STEM disciplines are accessible only to students who have a natural talent in science and mathematics. And of course, this extends to gender representation in STEM disciplines. There's often a broad bias and thought process that boys have a natural talent in science and mathematics more than girls and women do. This is quite different to many East Asian countries and Southeast Asian countries which perform well in PISA in the maths and science areas, such as China, Hong Kong, Taiwan, South Korea, and Singapore. And the research that we have done is that the prevalent notion in these countries is that success in education and STEM subjects is less due to talent than it is to hard work. Additionally, other countries which do very well in the PISA assessments, such as Finland and other Nordic countries, also expect very high standards from all students, not just those students who are believed to have a natural talent in mathematics and science. And this false belief also plays out as students get further along in their education too. And this notion that educational outcomes are determined by pre-given talents, it naturalizes the stratification of learning, and it does undermine social inclusion. So it's a very challenging topic for Australia in particular that you probably won't see in many of your own countries. The Australian government is committed to ensuring that Australia's education system, from early childhood and school through to vocational education and training and universities, provides the basis of STEM skills required for the future. So the Australian government is working in partnership with the states and territories to implement the National STEM School Education Strategy, which went from 2016 and will go until 2026. In Australia, we have a federation. So I work for the Commonwealth Department of Education, Skills and Employment. And although we set national policy in schools education, delivery of schools education under our constitution is actually the responsibility of states and territories. So there is always a very complex relationship and cooperation between the Commonwealth government and the states and territories, because we also provide funding to the states and territories for school education. The government is also providing targeted funding to strengthen teacher capabilities in mathematics and science, to build school and industry partnerships, and to make strategic investments in early childhood STEM. So I'd like to go now to the National STEM School Education Strategy. This strategy has two key goals. The first goal is to ensure that all students finish school with a strong foundational knowledge in STEM and related skills. And the second goal is to ensure that students are inspired to take on more challenging STEM subjects. Today's students need to acquire core subject knowledge as well as the skills of collaboration, critical thinking, creativity, and problem solving. And STEM education has a really important role to play in achieving this. School systems have a responsibility to ensure that all young people have a fundamental level of STEM literacy that enables them to engage with and succeed in the world beyond the school gate. Building foundational STEM knowledge needs to start from early childhood and continue throughout primary and secondary schooling to ensure that that basis of STEM knowledge is there before those students go on to technical and vocational education and training or to the higher education sector. So going back to that first goal, there is a renewed focus on achievement in the STEM building blocks, particularly mathematics, as well as effective cross-disciplinary pedagogical approaches which build student interest and performance in STEM education. So schools, the tertiary education sector and industry have an important role to play to encourage students to build aspiration for STEM participation at tertiary levels and for STEM-related careers. So the National STEM School Education Strategy, in addition to those two goals, has 5 areas for national action. The first one is increasing student STEM ability, engagement, participation, and aspiration. Number 2, and this one I think is crucial for Australia, is increasing teacher capacity and the quality of STEM teaching throughout Australia. Number 3 is supporting STEM education opportunities within school systems. And number 4 is facilitating effective partnerships with tertiary education providers, business and industry. And in Australia, when we say tertiary education, that means both higher education providers, so universities, and vocational and technical education providers. And number 5, and this is very important, is building a strong evidence base so that we're not continually starting from scratch when we continue to have STEM strategies for education across Australia. So the building of that strong evidence base allows us to understand what is working well in improving STEM performance in Australia and what is not working well. So let's go and have a look at increasing student STEM ability, engagement, participation and aspiration. And under each of these 5 national action areas, there are national collaborative actions, and then there are what we call jurisdictional priority actions. And when we say jurisdictional priority actions, we mean the states and the territories who actually deliver the school education. So for the first one, we want to explore options for a minimum level of numeracy attainment for all students to demonstrate before leaving school, with a focus on proficiency over time. And we have many discussions in Australia as to whether mathematics should be a compulsory subject right up until year 12, because at the moment it is not in most states and territories. But certainly, depending on the school that you go to, some of the private schools will ensure that it is compulsory. For example, I went to a Catholic school growing up, and it was compulsory for all students to undertake mathematics until year 12. It didn't have to be advanced mathematics, but it had to be a foundational functional mathematics. The second dot point under that is increasing the recognition of the subject load of advanced STEM subjects and encouraging the uptake of advanced courses, for example, through university entrance bonus points schemes. So going back to this issue of Australians having this belief that students have a natural talent in either science or mathematics, there is a reluctance sometimes on both students and parents to take on the more difficult and the more advanced mathematics subjects and STEM subjects, because there is a recognition that that these can take up a little bit more time than, say, studying a history course or a language. But this is something that we are certainly trying to work on. And we're seeing that students' early interest in STEM is not translating to ongoing engagement and participation in STEM education. While the evidence shows that students have a natural interest in science, they don't necessarily understand the relationship they don't understand the relevance of STEM education, particularly mathematics. And there is an interrelationship between student aspirations towards STEM careers and engagement in STEM subjects. Mathematical thinking is also a fundamental skill which underpins all STEM learning. And because of the sequential nature of mathematics, if students fall off the maths pathway early in their schooling, it can be very difficult for them to regain those sufficient levels of mathematics as they go further in their education. Looking at the jurisdictional priority actions, we are asking the states and the territories to support a focus on STEM in early childhood education to build on an early curiosity for science and technology and the importance of foundational numeracy skills. To recognise the primary and middle years as critical periods when students begin to cement their aspirations for and confidence in STEM. And to support a focus on the development of higher order, computational, problem solving and creative thinking skills through the rollout of the Australian Curriculum on Technologies, including a deep engagement with coding. And I think this is something that is very important and something that our states and territories are looking at very carefully. We're also encouraging the states and territories to increase the availability of online learning materials which are linked to classroom practice to support the development of students' problem solving and reasoning skills, which are at the core of mathematical thinking, scientific literacy, and a deep engagement with coding. Increasing teacher capacity and STEM teaching quality. And I think this one is a very interesting part of the policy because the rapidly changing nature of technology has had a heavy impact on teaching and STEM teaching quality in Australia. When I went to school, for example, most mathematics teachers had a degree in mathematics, so their core expertise was in mathematics. This is not currently the case in Australia. Many teachers who teach mathematics have gone through an education pathway. So they did a teaching degree with some mathematics study on the side, but they did not do a mathematics degree. And one of the reasons for this is because that technology has created more job opportunities for mathematics graduates that weren't there before, highly paid job opportunities. And I can think of people in my own circle of friends who have PhDs in mathematics and who now work in the financial sector in high frequency trading jobs because they pay extremely well and they pay probably double what a high school teacher in Australia would earn at this point in time. So if you look at the national collaborative actions, we want to collect and develop online exemplar teaching modules in partnership with university and industry to assist in the delivery of best practice STEM teaching. We want to establish a STEM professional learning exchange in partnership with universities and industry to support schools to share best practice to help boost teacher confidence and capacity in STEM subject content, data analysis and programming. We want to lift the quality of initial teacher education to support teacher confidence and STEM content expertise. And we are working with universities to improve the pathway for STEM graduates into teaching, for example, through financial incentives and the inclusion of teaching pedagogy components in STEM-related degrees linked to school and university partnerships. So the jurisdictional priority action under this particular national area is to continue to support schools to access specialist teachers in maths, science and technology. So we're encouraging the states and the territories to ensure that they are recruiting students who have that specialist expertise in their maths and science teaching roles. So the third area of national priority here is supporting STEM education opportunities within the school system. Schools and education systems need to facilitate STEM engagement through effective curriculum, teaching approaches and assessment resources to improve learning outcomes in the classroom. While there are already a broad range of curriculum resources available, effort under the national strategy will build on and link to the Australian curriculum, and it provides a framework to support the attainment of core STEM subject knowledge and the underlying skills of problem solving and analytical thinking. So as you can see, the collaborative actions include extending national literacy and numeracy continuums so that teachers can better identify and address individual student needs. We want them to develop these assessment tools which help them collect and use data about individual student learning needs also. And we're really wanting to see that national science and ICT assessments for year 6 and 10 are calibrated against the best international standards to ensure high levels of scientific and digital literacy. And this includes the PISA and the TIMSS assessments under the OECD. The jurisdictional priority actions under this area of supporting STEM within the school systems is improving the integration of statistical concepts, data analysis and problem-solving skills into school programs, consistent with the Australian curriculum, and in recognition of the impact of technology and big data on the types of STEM literacy today's students require. Extending student performance in STEM through initiatives such as virtual classrooms, extension courses, and early access to university courses. And many advanced students in high school in Australia do have early access to university courses, and we certainly are encouraging that so that they are very well equipped to then start their university studies once they have finished their senior programs. So one of the other areas that is the national priority is facilitating effective partnerships with tertiary education providers, with business and with industry. And again, this doesn't mean just universities, this also means vocational and technical education institutions in Australia too. A national effort is required to raise community understanding of the critical role that STEM skills play in the knowledge-based economy and the range of careers that require STEM capabilities. There are a significant number of partnerships and programs in place that bring together schools, industry, and universities to support STEM engagement. However, more needs to be done to improve the coordination of these and the reach of these arrangements, particularly for underrepresented students, and to identify best practice. So the key national collaborative action under this point is to establish a STEMS partnership forum to facilitate effective partnership between these three areas of schools, industry, and the tertiary education sector. Initiatives to raise awareness of the importance of STEM education for all, developing best practice approaches to careers advisory STEM, industry work placements and programs for pre-service teachers as well who are looking to teach in mathematics and STEM subjects, guidance and support materials for best practice models of partnership as well. And in terms of the jurisdictional priority actions, we are encouraging the states and the territories to work with the tertiary education sector to improve communication to secondary students about the level of school STEM study needed to successfully complete STEM-related courses at university and TVET institutions. I'll give you a specific example of what it is that we were looking at too in New South Wales. I previously worked for the University of Sydney, and I was the General Manager of the Faculty of Pharmacy at the University of Sydney, which is Australia's oldest and largest university. And the University of Sydney educates about 2/3 of the pharmacist profession in Australia. So the Sydney University and many universities in Australia went through a period where they removed mathematics as a prerequisite subject because they wanted to encourage more students to go into STEM-related university courses. Interestingly, however, this had the opposite effect because we found that if the subjects were not compulsory prerequisites, many of the students who aspired to study pharmacy and other degrees, such as science degrees, did not, if it was not compulsory, they did not take mathematics. And many of them would come in to the course because they got a high enough entry score to get into the course. And then they really struggled with the mathematics, and often they dropped out of the course and moved to something else. So the University of Sydney made a decision about 5 years ago that they would reintroduce mathematics as a prerequisite for all of their STEM courses. And I think this is what we are talking about when we are asking the states and the territories to work with universities and vocational and technical education institutions to improve communication to secondary students about what is needed in terms of their STEM study at high school level to successfully complete STEM-related courses at university and TVET institutions. Finally, the last piece of the national priorities is to build a strong evidence base. There are multiple approaches to partnership programs and to the integrated and project-based teaching of STEM, and this is what Professor Teo was talking about before, that aim to improve student aspiration, engagement and performance. But what we need is better guidance for schools and teachers to determine which approaches work best for different purposes and student cohorts. Efforts under the national strategy will focus on establishing a stronger data and evidence base over time to track national trends and to improve our understanding of what works in the Australian context. And one of the things which I didn't mention before when we were talking about partnerships is the importance of parents in the STEM education journey. And I know that Madam Zalina mentioned this before, particularly in early education, is encouraging parents to understand how important STEM education is for the future careers of their children and for their children's ability to function well in a society which is going to be heavily focused and impacted by changes in technology. So we want to develop national reports to chart the national change in a range of STEM data indicators, for example, STEM participation and attainment, including a focus on girls, students from low socioeconomic backgrounds and Indigenous students. We want to share and synthesize the research and evaluation findings to identify successful STEM interventions and inform school practice. What we are also asking the states and territories to do is to establish a culture of evaluation programs and initiatives to help build an evidence base for what works to improve STEM outcomes in Australia contexts and for minority groups. So that's the end of my focus on the national STEM schools education strategy in Australia, but there are certainly many elements to STEM education and they cut across higher education, vocational and technical education and training, across the community, across different groups of students, particularly gender is an issue. But I think you can see from those priority areas what Australia is trying to do to improve STEM education. And I'm very happy to take any questions from anyone listening today. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me and for putting up with the technical difficulties at the beginning. Terima kasih.
All right. Jim, thank you, Ms. Morris. If anyone from the floor would want to ask any questions, please raise your hand. I'll start the ball rolling by asking one question. It appears that you have this blueprint meant for 2016 until 2026.
Yes.
How, if in between, do you do any sort of outcome measures and the final outcome measure at 2026? What are your outcome measures at that point, at those intervals?
That's a very good question, and I think there have been some early outcome interval measures which I do need to have a look at, but they certainly will be doing an end report on these, and probably I would say a midway report which would be coming up very soon. Because this is an education council strategy, again, it's a cooperative thing between the states and the territories and the Commonwealth. And one of the challenges that we have with a federation in Australia is that many of the states and territories will be at different levels of development of their STEM school strategies. So many of them will have their own different reports that they're doing. But yes, I do believe there will be a final outcome report which will be compared against these. And of course, many of these things can be quite political too, in that in Australia, our federal government is elected for a period of 3 years, and often the focus and the policy decisions with respect to school education can change quite dramatically if we have a new party which comes into power, and we've had a number of different parties in power since 2016, since this was launched.
All right, I think we have Prof. Zida who wants to ask a question.
Yeah, Dr. Kartini, thank you. Ms. Fiona,
Yes.
I'm just wondering whether there has been an evolution in Australia in defining what STEM jobs means or can be defined, because I was reflecting on what Professor Teo was talking about, how we can define intellectual capital more broadly in STEM. You know, it can be just STEM experts, or it could also be proficient workers in STEM, and also, of course, general citizens who must be very good in STEM. So, and you were talking about your friend who was, you know, trained in mathematics, but now working in not a very traditionally STEM, you know, sector. So I'm just wondering how Australia is actually, you know, handling or strategizing on this much broader application of STEM in the workplace.
That's a very good question, and to be honest, I don't know the answer immediately, but I know that our Australian Bureau of Statistics looks very carefully at how careers and jobs are classified, and I believe that they would be taking into account these changes and looking at how, say, perhaps jobs which are in high frequency trading, which are in the finance sector, and whether they would be categorised as STEM jobs. And my sense would be that Australia would be moving towards a much broader classification, that many jobs require a STEM input rather than being narrow, because I think we are finding, like every economy in the world, and I noticed that both Malaysia and Australia have released a digital economy strategy in the last couple of months. And I think that there is a recognition that STEM skills are required across a much broader range of careers and professions than perhaps what was imagined earlier when things were classified in a very narrow way.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Prof. Zida, for the question. Another person also raised his hand. Dr. Zainal, would you want to ask?
Yes. Hi, Ms. Fiona. May I know what is the Australia approach to prevent the migration of talents from educational field to other fields such as finance, like you mentioned just now, some of the talent in STEM education?
I'm sorry, I can't hear the question very well.
Okay. What is the Australian approach to prevent the migration of talents from educational field to other fields, such as finance, like high frequency trading and so on? Because in order to develop a good talent, we must also have a great talent that help building talent, right?
Yes, sorry, if I understood the question correctly, it is what is Australia doing to prevent people moving from the education profession into other professions? Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
Okay. I think our biggest problem is attracting people to teaching in the first place rather than a really big migration from education to other professions. This is an ongoing issue which Australia has, and I think that it is a real challenge for us to attract high-performing STEM students to move into teaching in the first instance rather than to going into something else which has a much higher pay rate initially, and perhaps they see as something that provides greater career options for them. I think it's fair to say that teachers are widely respected in Australia, but I don't think that Australian teachers perhaps earn quite as high salaries as, say, their counterparts in Finland or in Scandinavia, or perhaps even in places like Singapore. And that is certainly something that our minister is very, very keen to understand, how we can better attract high-performing STEM students to become teachers. And it's not something that we have solved yet. And I think that this is probably the number one, this is my personal opinion, not the department's opinion. I personally think it is probably the number one factor which is impacting Australia's performance in PISA scores at the moment. All of the things that we looked at, which is partnerships with universities, providing financial incentives for students to go into education. The Australian government also recently passed a series of legislation called the Job Ready Graduates Training Package, and this was to encourage students to undertake STEM courses at university level. And what it means for them practically is that they will pay less in student tuition to do a STEM subject than, say, if they were to go into a subject like law. And we are seeing that this is initially having some good results with an increase in enrolment rates for STEM subjects this year, which is the first year after the policy was put in place. But it's an ongoing challenge.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Fiona.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Morris. I think there's nobody else raised their hand anymore. I guess this is the end for our morning session, our last plenary session. Thank you, Ms. Morris, for giving us a talk on the STEM education policies in Australia. Let's put our hands together for Ms. Morris. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everybody.
All right. Thank you. So we'll be going off for our lunch break. We'll be coming back at 2 o'clock. After this, the technical team will be putting up a QR code for our survey. Kindly fill in the survey. Can all delegates please fill in the survey that on the QR code that's being put on. So thank you very much to all our plenary speakers. We are very, very thankful that you're all available and ready to talk to us today, this morning, on STEM education policies in various countries. It has been a very inspirational and educational time this morning. See you again at 2 o'clock. I believe that everybody already has the links to this afternoon's sessions. So this afternoon we will have our parallel sessions, and our last plenary talk will be at 3:30 p.m. So see you there. Bye.
My favorite part of the job is going to a show and having some teacher come up and say, hey, this really works well. The kids love it.
Oh, that is super cool.
Our goal is to make a significant contribution to science education. And if we can provide the tools so that the student can measure, we can allow them to do science and not just study about science.
Assalamualaikum, Mr. Z. Boleh dengar? Okay, Assalamualaikum, Dr. Zaurin. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah, boleh dengar.
Okay, may I know if okay, Miss Kimberly is here, and
Yes.
then okay, thank you. Mr. Slomsky, okay.
Yeah, I'm
Hi.
here as well.
Hi,
Hey,
Mr.
guys.
Slomsky. Hi. And Mr. Yusuf Ali.
Yep.
Okay, all right. Yusuf, Asasi batch bila?
2010.
2000. Oh, okay.
Yeah, 11 years ago.
11 years ago. Okay, let's. Okay, the flow is I will give in an introduction for like 2-3 minutes and then introduce all of you, and then I will hand over the session to Mr. Slomsky. Then you will have around 90 minutes, and as we discussed yesterday, that you will be the one who invite Ms. Kimberly and Yusuf in the session, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay,
We'll take it from there.
Okay, so maybe in the middle of the session, you can open up the session for Q&A as well.
Yeah, we will take some questions in the middle, and there will be like a separate dedicated space to take questions at the end as well.
Okay, all right. So after 60 minutes, I will just remind you that about the time, and then in the last 50 minutes also, I will be reminding you again because at 3:30 we have another plenary session. Okay, so okay, that's it for now. Okay, I hand over this to Dr. Zahurin first.
Okay, I'm going to share the video from our sponsor. Okay.
Job is going to a show and having some teacher come up and say, hey, this really works well. The kids love it.
Oh, that is super cool.
Our goal is to make a significant contribution to science education. And if we can provide the tools so that the student can measure, we can allow them to do science and not just study about science. My favorite part of the job is going to a show and having some teacher come up and say, hey, this really works well. The kids love it.
Oh, that is super cool.
Our goal is to make a significant contribution to science education. And if we can provide the tools so that the student can measure, we can allow them to do science and not just study about science.
Okay. May we start, Dr. Z?
Yeah,
please proceed.
I'm ready.
Okay, all right. So, Assalamualaikum and good afternoon to all respected participants. Welcome to the 3rd International STEM Seminar 2021 Technical Workshop. I am Dr. Zainal, your MC for this session. Digital world is expanding rapidly. A report published in Bloomberg estimate digital transformation market was valued at 500 billion USD in 2020, and its value is projected to go higher and reach 1 trillion USD by 2025. This is the value for digital transformation market alone, not the whole digital economy. So certainly this highly valued market definitely attract numerous parties and players to be part of it. Numerous companies have been established to tap into this lucrative market. Certainly the competition amongst these companies are very intense and fierce. As all the companies are vying to be the leader in this industry, it is very important for them to have the right talent and capable person in the team. Today, we are fortunate and happy that our session is joined by representatives from Guidewire. For those who are not familiar, Guidewire is a company that specializes in software development and cloud services. And today we will have opportunity to gain an insight on how Guidewire carries out their talent search program. Ladies and gentlemen, let me briefly introduce our speakers for today. Our main speaker for today's workshop is Mr. Radek Slomski. Mr. Slomski is a software engineer with more than 13 years experience. Originally from Poland, he worked for Guidewire's Dublin for 6 years and currently working at Guidewire's KL. Welcome to the session, Mr. Slomski. And
hello, guys.
Hi.
Thanks for having me here.
Okay, and Mr. Slomski is joined by Ms. Kimberly Ngu and Mr. Yusuf Ali. Hi, welcome to the session, Ms. Kimberly and Mr. Yusuf.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Kimberly obtained her bachelor degree in engineering with major in telecommunication from Multimedia University, MMU, and has been with Guidewire as a consultant for almost 1.5 years. Mr. Yusuf is a proud alumni of Universiti Malaya and Pasung. Welcome back, Mr. Yusuf. And he had master's degree in mathematics and has been working as application engineer for Guidewire for over a year. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I invite Mr. Slomski to conduct this workshop. Please, Slomski.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zainal, for a short introduction. Let me just, guys, share my screen, and I would appreciate if someone can tell me that you can see the presentation. So I'll start from the main slide. And
yeah, we can see it.
Perfect. Okay, if you can see it, then I guess we can start. So the reason why we met today is to provide you a little bit of information about the way how we assess talent, at Guidewire. So I'm going to walk you through the details of our interview process. The whole presentation should be quite, in the form of the workshop. So I will go to the details. I will show you the platform that we are using for the interview process. I will go through the details and any possible, traps that are waiting for you and how you can avoid, mistakes during that interview process, just so you can, be successful on that journey, basically. So just bear with me. I'm gonna talk more about that. So here is the quick agenda that I have. So it's going to start from short introduction. I'll walk you through what we do at Guidewire, what our company does. Then I'm going to move a little bit and talk more about the department I'm part of. So I'm the part of product development, and my department is called Market Integration and Delivery. I will let you know what problems we are trying to solve as a part of that department. And then we're going to move to the most interesting part, which is like the interview process. And I will let you know about each step of that process. And this will be followed up with some demo where I'm going to present the platform that we are using and give you some practical exercise, that you can kind of use it later on as a familiarization, with that process. So, and then we're going to move to the meet our team section. So I have with me Kimberly and Yusuf, and they recently, not so long time ago, they went successfully through the process and they are working at Guidewire. So they're going to share their stories, how it is to be Guidewire employee, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be interesting. And then we're going to have some closing and there will be space to ask some questions. So if you have any questions, just keep them in mind, and we're going to come back to them. So starting from the introduction, so my name is Radek Slomski, and I'm a software engineer, with over like 14 years of experience. So I joined Guidewire a little bit more than 6 years ago, and I joined as a senior software engineer. At the time, it was interesting moment for me because I moved, from with my family all together to Ireland. So that was, we had to relocate and start kind of our life in the different country, and also like from the company point of view, the product department that I was part of was quite small at the time, and we went through that rapid growth, and there were like many opportunities happening as well. So we changed the way we work as well. We started working in agile methodology, and that helped organize things a little bit more. At the beginning, I played like a role of the Scrum Master for the team, and in 2017, I moved to the engineering manager position that helped me, to grow some other skills. And recently, I moved to Kuala Lumpur, like Doctor said, and basically it's again super interesting chapter because I'm gonna have a chance to build a product development here in Malaysia. We have already professional services team present here, but product development is something new. We hired like few people only as of now, and there is still a lot of open positions. So I will encourage you to join us as well. I just want to say that everything related to that interview process as well that I'm going to talk about is quite generic as well. So the assessment that we do, the way how we kind of look at the talent, it's quite similar to other companies. So it's going to be useful like for you guys anyway, like if you are planning your career in software engineering. So a little bit about the company. So the company, you could not hear about the Guidewire software, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is the case, because it's not the software that you or me would usually use every day. We are specializing in producing software for insurance companies that are big companies on the market, and they have much higher expectations from that software as well. It has to be, it has to be solid, high quality software that you can, easily scale. But still, like the stuff that we are doing is quite interesting, and I'm pretty sure that each of you is buying like insurance products every day. So each of us like is buying, life insurance or car insurance, and there is a big chance that one of those insurance companies actually are using the Guidewire software in the backend. We are going through some interesting chapter as well as a company, because we are moving more towards the cloud, and we're going to become the top cloud provider in terms of software for insurance. And this brings, of course, a lot of challenges, and I think it's a completely different process to bring, this kind of software, like enterprise software, to the cloud than just working on something small. So the challenges that we have are quite interesting, and as a software engineer, this is actually what we are looking for. We are looking for challenges like this one, and as a part of this company, you would have a chance to kind of work on those challenges with us together. I'll talk a little bit as well about the Guidewire values. So those are kind of principles that we follow since the beginning of the company, and they play very important role even right now. So they definitely helping us to build like a great products for our customers. So I'm going to start from integrity, which describes basically our relationship with the customer and commitment to build high quality and solid products. And then collegiality is nothing else like respecting each other, and that minimal level of hierarchy, which I really like. I think it helps creating like very healthy environment, and each person, like even like what that means to you, like if you join as a junior software engineer, your voice will be as important as the voice of the senior staff, basically. So it's quite important, that principle to me, and really like it. Rationality is just, you know, making things that make sense and do not make things that do not make any sense, basically. So we are always focusing on the right things to build, and if something just doesn't make sense, we would just cancel that and don't do it, basically. So that's about the values. In terms of the growth and locations, you can see that we are strongly growing in a couple of the locations, but I'll maybe back, you know, to the last years. You remember, you know, when the pandemic started, it was difficult time for everyone. Like, there was a lot of uncertainty in terms even of the job. So many software companies, they stopped hiring people, and they kind of were waiting, you know, for the better time to do it, right? So at Guidewire, this wasn't the case. Like, actually, we, instead of, you know, postponing the hiring, we started hiring even more people, and all Guidewire employees got a lot of support from the company that help us, you know, to go through that difficult period of time. So right now, you can see a couple of places where we are growing very fast. So you see, I'll focus probably mainly on the Kuala Lumpur for this presentation, because I think we are trying to build a great team here, the team that will help us, you know, to achieve our goals. The projects that are waiting for us are quite interesting, and I'm going to talk more about them soon. In parallel, we are growing in other locations like Bangalore, Dublin. In Dublin, I never seen such a rapid growth as last year. So we hired a lot of people in Dublin last year as well, in both like professional services and product development team. So this is the way how our office looks like. I'm probably not the best person to describe, you know, how this office looks like in practice, because I moved literally this month, you know, to Kuala Lumpur, and I never had the chance to be in that office. But I saw, like, in the past, you know, the office that we have in United States and Dublin and Poland as well. So what I can say, like, each office that we kind of have around the world, and there is more than 30 places, follows like kind of modern architecture, and a part of the place where you can focus on work, there is also you know, things where you can, places where you can relax. So you can see that there is a pool, and there are some video games, there is a canteen with free snacks. So everything what you need. At Guidewire, we are paying a lot of attention to the work-life balance. So the office should be a place that encourage you to come, really, and that's what we believe in. And then with that, I'll move to the next slide, which is, you know, the department that it's the closest to me. So I'm part of the product development team, and I'll maybe start from the problem that we are trying to solve. So as you know, we are an American company, right? So at the beginning, like the most of the most popular products that we had in our portfolio are the part of the insurance suite, and those are like Policy Center, Claim Center, and Billing Center. And those products, it's our core, really. Like, those are not the only ones that we have, but very important in our portfolio. And the content that we have inside those products at the beginning was mainly like the US content. So each insurer from United States would have everything what they need, basically, to run their business if they just buy those products. Things aren't that simple when it comes to the other markets. So let's think about Malaysia as a potential market. You may have a few big insurers here, and let's say that we would like to sell something, like we would like to sell our product to them. What they would come back with is really like a question, you know, like, do you have the processes do you follow the same processes as we follow in Malaysia? Do you have the integrations with other systems? Like you can imagine third-party system that each insurer in Malaysia integrating with. Like so, let's say that system, the third-party system, run some fraud detection. So every time when there is a claim after some accident, that claim has to go through that system because there is a fraud detection job run on it, and that information comes back again to the claim center, and you know, like if there was a fraud detected, you know how to handle that properly, and this is usually what they would expect, you know, that this software does. I'm using, of course, the fraud detection system as an example, but it could be any other integration. Also, the processes to handle that case in Claim Center may not be, you know, done the way that those insurers are expecting. So this is the moment where our team comes to play, because first of all, we would create a microservice that will play a role of bridge between the third-party system and insurance suite. So on the right-hand side, you can see some technologies that we would use for that. So we use core Java, we use Spring Boot in the backend, we have the React JS in the front end, we use Docker, Kubernetes, and AWS as a cloud provider. So that system, like I said, it would integrate those two other systems. That microservice would integrate the other two systems, but also like if there is a lack of product content inside Insurance Suite, we would add that layer on top, so other insurers can just use it, and that would be done as a part of the product. So there won't be any like a customization needed. Like we in our team, we are focusing on the patterns, and if we see that pattern, we would apply that solution just once, so each customer can reuse it. Who are we looking for? We are looking for talented people, like first of all. So you could see the challenge on the previous slide, and with all those challenges, we need to build our team, the team of talented professionals who are not afraid to work on those kind of challenges, and will help us to build you know, those amazing products that we have. For this presentation, we will probably focus mainly on the junior software engineer role, and I really encourage you to apply for it, but also we are looking for the different levels, because the way how we kind of construct our team, we usually are trying to have a good mix of junior and senior experience. I think this helps both sides, so the junior guys can learn much more from the senior staff, but also senior staff can learn something from the junior guys, like how to be a mentor for the junior person and so on. So quite important. If you would like to check, you know, where are those roles and who we are looking for, you can just go to our website. So it's called careers.guidewire.com, and if you scroll down, you're gonna see, first of all, like you can select location. So in this case, I'm gonna select Kuala Lumpur, and then you can select the team you are looking for. So I'm the part of the product development, but there is also like a lot of roles that we are looking for in professional services. So the difference is basically the split of coding. Like in product development, you would code much more, like we kind of, you know, looking for full-time coders. And in professional services, you have that good mix of coding and also some soft skills, because you're going to be facing customer directly. So depends on your interest. You can, you know, look for one department or another. I'm going to just select one just to show you, you know, that on that page you see exactly the same roles as I have on my slide. So that's kind of about that. Let me go back to my presentation and we are moving to the interview process part. So, like I said, the process is quite similar to other companies. I don't think we do anything different here. Maybe the platform that they are using to evaluate the coding skills could be different. We are using Codility for that, and I'm going to show you the details about the Codility in a couple of minutes. So first of all, like, it starts from the code test. So if you apply for the position at Guidewire, we're going to send you the code test. That code test you can do anytime you want. So you basically, what I would suggest, like, make sure that you do it, you know, in the time where you can focus. Usually the morning time is the best because this is the moment where our brain works, you know, much better. So, like, instead of, you know, waiting until the end of the day, I would suggest to do that code test in the morning. There will be 2 exercises that you have to complete, and the order of those exercises doesn't really matter. So you can start from the second one, whatever you want. I'm gonna talk more about that when it comes to the demo. So once this is processed, and you are moving to the next phase, you can expect some call from the talent acquisition team. It's an informal chat. You don't have to prepare much for this. It's more just chat about your interest, you know, about your kind of career vision, you know, what you are interested in, and just to, you know, make sure that the position you applied for is the position, the best position for you as well. So after this step, we are moving to the technical screening, and this is the quite important step because this is the first time when you're gonna kind of have the live interaction with one of our engineers. So that engineer will, at the beginning, ask you a couple of questions from your CV. Like we usually, what we do, we spend a few minutes just, you know, to relax the candidate, and so we can talk about what you did so far. So some of you, maybe you did already internship, so, and you are very proud of something related to that internship. So I would just highlight this during that interview. You may talk about the projects that you did during the university. You can expect some follow-up questions, you know, about the technologies and stuff like that. But short after this, we are moving to the live coding, and again, this is done in the Codility, and I will walk you through the details of that on the demo as well. So, and the last step is the cultural and hiring interview, which is you can expect some kind of behavioral type of questions. It's just to evaluate that the person we are talking with it will be, you know, easy to manage as well. So from the manager point of view, that's quite important. And also, like, we are trying to make sure that it's a good fit as well to our organization. I just want to say that there is no a single recipe to pass this part, like because we are trying to make sure that we have a good diversity of the candidates, and that we are hiring different people. So we are a multicultural company, like we have offices around the world, and each person is different, and each person can bring something new to the company. And what I can suggest, and the best tip I can give you, is just to try to be honest, try to be yourself, and do not pretend anything. Try to not answer on the questions in that way that you think this is what we would like to hear, because we really appreciate the honest answer, and that's probably will give you much more points during that interview than just some generic answer. So with that, I'm gonna go to the demo. So let me just go back to the browser, and you should see the Codility exercise in front of you. So basically, this is the Codility platform. So when you receive a link, to complete the Codility exercise. Codility usually sends you some kind of guideline, and you can go through the kind of show and tell in Codility that will walk you through the features of the Codility. I'm gonna talk about those features here as well, just to help you prepare for that interview better. But I'm suggesting, you know, to familiarize with the platform, because this can save you a lot of time during the interview. So if you do it, you know, just during the interview, and you're gonna try to figure out how to do XYZ, like you may basically lose some time. So it's better to do it up front. As I said, like on the, like you will have 2 exercises for this session. I just have one because you know, it's much easier. I'm gonna describe that exercise in details, so I wanted to kind of stick with one because it's gonna be easier for the presentation purpose. But you would have 2 exercises. So on the left-hand side, you may have number 2, and the like which one you start first, like doesn't really matter. Like you just need to make sure that you do it within some time. The time is on the top, and usually for 2 exercises, the time we give is around 90 or 100 minutes, something like this. On the left-hand side, you have the description. On the right-hand side, you have the place where you develop some code. So I already have something prepared for this one, and I'll walk you through this soon. And if your solution, you think your solution is ready, you can click run test, and that will compile your code. So Codility has already like a lot of features, you know, that you can see in the IDE, like IntelliJ or Eclipse. So it will compile the code. It has some autocomplete features as well that you can use that are quite helpful, and basically everything what you need to develop the code. The exercises that we have are very similar to this one. So those are just usually focusing on the algorithm, finding the best algorithm for the solution, really. And this is the medium level exercise. Depends on the level you are applying for. There could be like a easier exercise as well to complete. So for the junior candidate, most likely it's going to be easy level, not the medium one. But just back to the exercise itself. So for this one, for this specific one, the problem that we are trying to solve is the problem of the factories that generating too much pollution. And we can reduce the pollution by applying filters, basically. So an industrial company can have n number of factories, and each factory can generate some specific unit of pollution. So one, like on this example, you can see like one factory is generating 5 units of pollution, another 19, the third one 8, and the last one 1 unit of pollution. The way how we reduce that pollution is by applying filters, and each filter applied to one factory will reduce the pollution by half. So if we would apply that filter to the first factory, that would be 2.5, and then you can apply another filter on the same factory, and that will again divide this by 2, so 125, and so on. But the whole point of this exercise is to apply as less filter as you can, because as a company, you don't want to, you know, use too many filters, right? So this is quite give you some information already that, okay, so I need to focus on the factory that generates the most unit of the pollution, right? And start applying that filter to that factory first. So we would probably start from the 19 in this case. And when the pollution is, the total pollution is, you know, equals or below half, we stop applying filters. So again, like, you know, very, very good information. But first thing you would start from is really to understand that exercise. So don't jump to the solution before you actually, understand fully the exercise. The description, it's one part, but also there are some examples, and those examples are extremely useful in terms of understanding the exercise itself. So you see, like, given a that 51981, your function should return 3. So you would apply 3 filters, and in this case, the pollution will be, 1475, the total pollution, which is below 16.5. So that would 3 filters would do the job. In this case, so you can see on the right-hand side that we applied some solution for this problem, and the first thing, of course we declared filters here. So this is the value that we're gonna return at the end, but we're gonna populate that later on. We have the total pollution. So for that A parameters, we just sum all those numbers, sum up, and we know that the total pollution is 33. And this value we're gonna use later on to check, is the pollution less than half, basically, right? So in this case, we have the while loop, and that while loop, will start applying filters as long as we have the pollution smaller than half, and once we have it, it will just return the number of filters at the end. So everything looks fine. And if I, let's say I see the code, in this case was written well, the person who worked on that kind of used the Java collections like arrays that speed up the development process and reduce a lot of boilerplate code, which is nice to see. I see that applying filter method was extracted as well to the separate method, which is great. And okay, if I run this, what is happening? This is something what you can do anytime you work on the test. So you don't have to wait until the code is completed to run test. You can do it as much as you want, like anytime. So feel free to use this and just to evaluate your solution, even earlier. And okay, so it looks everything is fine, right? So I have actually those tests that I have here are exactly the tests from the examples that I have on the left-hand side. And I can be under impression that everything is working fine. So I can click the submit task button, and this will submit my solution, and that solution will be reviewed by one of our engineers later on. But what engineers see, I'm going to show you right now. So in this case, let's say we submitted this, and we see that, okay, actually this solution passed those 3 tests, which is great to see. But if I look on the top, okay, it generated only 37%. And why is that? Like, so what happened here? And then what is happening, and that's a common mistake, that you may think that you completed your exercise, but you basically shouldn't rely on just a dummy test that Codility gives you, because Codility runs much more on you can see then those tests are hidden for you, but Codility will run them after you submit your code at the end. So, and you can see that in this case, you can see, okay, that I expected 3 filters for this specific case, and I got just 5. So something didn't work here, right? And the performance test didn't pass as well. So our solution doesn't work with the large numbers. So in this case, like, not every single test that we have is checking for performance. Like, many of them, they don't, they just look for the correctness, but sometimes, you need to think about that aspect as well. So how I can prevent myself from making that mistake. So you need to, like, if we go back to this exercise, you can use some additional features that Codility gives you. So as a programmer, you never rely on the dummy test. You need to think about some tricky cases, and think, how I can test my solution a little bit more. So in this case, Codility has this test input option where you can add your custom test. So let me just add a custom test. So for this specific case, you see that, okay, I have 5 factories in total, and 3 of them, they generate 1 unit of pollution. So I would have to apply half. I would have to apply filter for each of them to reduce this by half, and this will be the moment where I'm expecting 3 filters in this case, right? So let's run it. I'm going to run this test. So this time, when I introduce the custom test, Codility will run that test with me as well, for me as well. So I see, okay, this is my custom case, and it returned value 5. Okay, so something isn't okay. So we need to check what the story is. So what I'm gonna do, you can see that there is some autocomplete here that is quite helpful, and you can basically debug your code same as in IntelliJ or Eclipse, and you can check string. You can check what is happening, during the way. So I'm gonna just debug, and I'm gonna check, my factories every time when we apply the filter. So let's run it again. Okay, so this is my scenario, right? So I see that okay, this is the moment where the beginning. So the filter wasn't applied here, right? This is the time when the first filter was applied and reduced, 1 to 0.5. Then we have another filter applied again, 0.5, and the third one. And I should really stop applying filters after this stage, but for some reason, my solution was still applying filters. So what I expect, what I suspect in this case is that this condition doesn't work. And when we look into that, okay, reduced pollution is a double value, right? And total pollution is an integer value. So for this specific case, if I take the number 3 and I divide by 2, and it's an integer, that will just round down the value of half, and will give me 1. And this is probably the reason why my filter was applied. So I'm gonna make a change and see, does it work? So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna change the integer to double in this case. Okay, and this is much better because right now, if I divide number 3 by half, it will give me 1.5, not 1, basically. So, okay, let's do it. Perfect. Okay, so it looks like it's working this time. It applied 3 filters, and that's exactly what I expected in this case. So, of course, before submitting the exercise, try to clean up your code, so kind of removing the lines that you use for the debug purpose. But if you're happy, you just proceed. And if I would submit this, I just change one thing really, right? But I will show you the impact of that change on the final result, basically. So if I would generate the code with that small change that I changed to double, it looks like in this case, all example tests are passing, all correctness tests are passing. Of course, performance didn't pass in this case. So it's not the most efficient algorithm. We still have some place for improvement here. I'm not going to go through, reducing like performance aspect here, but I just wanted to show you that you can easily increase the score by just paying attention to details. And also, I want to tell you that as a programmer, as a person who reviews those solutions, because I did a lot of code test review, I would pass this, you know, to the next round. So I know that the performance aspect wasn't addressed in this case, but this code, what we are looking for is, you know, the decent coding skills. And based on that code that I see here, I see the decent coding skills, and I would pass that person to the next round, because we still have another steps where we can kind of evaluate that later on. So that wouldn't be a blocker. However, just to be sure, because you're going to have two exercises. So if your score is below some threshold, you know, it may not go to the review. So if your score was like 30%, this may be just, you know, not go to the next round of the review even, right? It depends really on the number of applications we have. You may be lucky that, you know, with 30-something% your code test was reviewed, but to be sure, it's always try to complete both exercises, you know, end to end. So that's kind of it, like in terms of the way how you do the code test at home. In terms of the step that the technical screening, I'm gonna again use the same exercise, but we'll tell you what is important and what you need to look at when it comes to the interaction with the interviewer. So this is actually a moment where the score doesn't matter so much, but the person who's interviewing you is trying to make sure that you will be a good person to work with. So we do a lot of pair programming at Guidewire, and basically in pair programming, the communication is a key, you know, because the pair programming means that, you know, you just are on the call with someone, one person is navigating, another person is writing the code, and then you switch the roles. And another person is writing the code and the other one navigating. So it's kind of that interaction, it's all the time. So for this interview, again, the interviewer will give you enough time to read the exercise. But if you, but you know, it's just 1 hour of the interview, and there is that stress ingredient, you know, that associated to that interview. So you may of course, be a little bit stressed, and it will be, you know, difficult for you to understand the full exercise. So this is the moment where you can actually, you know, start that communication with the interviewer and ask questions, you know, ask questions that will point you to the right direction, and interviewer will help you with this, because what we want to make sure is that the person who is working on that solution knows, you know, understands the problem, and then you know, can work on the solution. We can work on the solution together. But so understanding the exercise is the key, and then you know, asking questions. And then what I would do, and I'm suggesting to do, like, is kind of verbally explain your idea for the problem that you are trying to address. So you can, you know, you can type even and just describe. So I'll apply, I'll do the loop to apply filter, and then in next step I'm gonna sort factories array, and apply filter, and for like check is pollution below half, right? So I kind of, you know, it took me just a few seconds, but I was typing, you know, what I'm planning to do later on in the code, and I can explain, you know, in details that to the interviewer. You can just do it verbally. You don't have to type anything, but starting that interaction is the key, and gives a good impression about you as well, that you are not just, you know, jumping to the coding without any communication, but, you know, you started that interaction, which is always a plus. So after, you know, the interviewer kind of confirmed this, you know, and you see that, okay, I probably the the solution I'm thinking of is the good one, you can jump to the coding, and you're gonna type the code here. You can run tests at any time and stuff like that. But if you have the time at the end, what I would encourage you to do is to try to refactor your code a little bit. So what we like, especially when we do not have enough time, what we do is, we just typing the code. Like, we are not thinking about creating the beautiful code, but we are just thinking about completing something on time. When you work like as a software engineer, you have much more time, so you pay much more attention to this kind of details. So, but still during the interview, you may have a time to do that refactoring. So I encourage you to do it, and just at the end, change a couple of things. You may have some questions from the interviewer, what I think, like, let's say, I would say, I think your solution do not address the performance aspect, what would you do, to solve it? And you can just verbally explain that, because there could be not enough time to do it. The interview would be probably at the end, at this stage, but you can verbally explain, what you would do to improve that solution, and that should be okay. So, as I said, the score at this stage won't be so important. So if you submit your task and it won't generate the impressive score, like it's not the end of the world, because that interaction, like, of course, we want you to complete the exercise, but we want to make sure that that interaction is, went well. So slightly different process, but the same platform we use for that. One maybe thing to mention, as you could see, I kind of implemented this in Java, but Codility allows you to switch the language. I'm gonna touch this a little bit. So we are looking for Java skills, but especially in terms of the junior guys, this shouldn't be a blocker for you guys to apply for the role at Gatewire. So if you know any other language, and you can see that, there is plenty, in Codility, and you can, if I just, let's say, I switch to Python, I can do that. Yeah, so I can write down the same solution in Python, in this case, and we will still evaluate this. We will still check, is this code good enough? And because what we care about is the talent, really. So if you have talent to programming, I'm pretty sure that you can learn Java very fast. So if you know one language, it's very easy to switch to another language. And I did that, in the past, and I know that you can learn quickly a new language if you have the programming skills. So this shouldn't be a blocker, and it's something important to know. This shouldn't be a blocker for you to apply. If you know any other language, just try to solve the solution in that language. But of course, Java is much better, like, from our perspective. But yeah, it's up to you, really. Okay, so that's kind of ends the demo part. I'll just quickly do the recap. So in terms of the Codility, so before jumping to coding, read description carefully and make sure you understand it. Don't start working on the wrong solution, basically. The understanding of the problem is a key. If this is live coding, you have that ability to ask questions. So ask questions to your interviewer. That person is there to help you as well. So if you, let's say, if you say, I don't know how to sort the array of integers, you can expect some help from the interviewer. So feel free to ask this kind of questions. Then describe your solution verbally before you start coding, and then it's a moment when you should start code. And after you completed your exercise, make sure that the code compiles. So if the code doesn't compile, this is super important in the context of take-home exercise. If the code does not compile, it will generate 0 score for you. So just think about it. I had cases, when I still reviewed the code that didn't compile, because I suspected that that person, can resolve the exercise, but did some mistakes. So we, like I said, there is that human interaction, and it's not that the algorithm will verify this, but we actually assigning people, and if we think that solution, the right solution was applied, but there was some mistake done, we usually review that code anyway. Make sure that all tests are passing, but not only the dummy tests, but add your own custom tests. So think a little bit as a QA engineer. So the software is as good as programmer that is creating that software. So so you need to think about that and have that principle in mind. Simplify your solution. So if you have a time to simplify it, just try to do it. There could be not enough time. That's fine. We leave it as it is. But if you have a time, try to refactor your solution a little bit, and even adding comments to the functions. This will give a good impression that that person is actually paying attention to detail. So quite important thing to address. So that this kind of ends the technical workshop, the first part, and the next part that I have on my slides is just meet our team and the guys who went through that process successfully. So they will tell you their stories. But I was wondering if probably we have some section at the end to answer questions, but if there is some question, to this part, like that you would like to follow up, maybe we can take 1 or 2 questions right now and then move to the next part. What do you think, guys?
Okay, any question from the participants? I'm sure some of you will be aspiring to be a software engineer. Maybe you can ask.
You can raise your hand.
Yeah.
If no questions, still, we're gonna have a section at the end to answer them. Like so. No,
okay, maybe one
no
question. One question from me. Okay.
Sure.
In your stage 1 or in the codility test, okay. What actually you are trying to test? Is it the ability to code or the ability to systematically design the solution, or both?
Yeah. It's a great question. So I think like if we take especially this test like into account, so this is really to test to test and evaluate the ability to code, like, and that's the main thing, because without this, like, you kind of are not able to write the efficient code. So we need to make sure that each candidate that will join our team knows, how to code, especially for in the context of product development department, because those are kind of full-time coding positions. However, depends on the levels, and I think this is why that question was interesting. Depends on the levels. We are kind of moving to the different things. So for the junior level, you can expect, similar exercises that will check, your how you can create solution for some algorithmic problem. But for the senior engineers, like, or technical leads, that could be design activity, and Codility supports that as well. But for the junior position, I think this is the kind of exercise you can expect. So mainly focus on coding in this case, not the design itself.
Okay, all right. Is there any other question from our participant? Any question from the floor? Okay, if there is no question, I think Mr. Slomsky, you can proceed.
I think Fahmi have a question there, perhaps.
Muhammad Fahmi. Dr. Muhammad Fahmi, do you have any question? Okay. I think maybe no. Okay, I think Mr. Slomsky just proceed. Maybe
Okay.
later on at the end. We will
Okay.
open it.
I just want to say don't be shy, guys. Like we are very happy, to be here. Very happy, to provide that information, but also like answer any questions you may have. I'm gonna proceed and introduce our team, Yusuf and Kimberly. They're gonna share their stories. They went, like I said, through that process like successfully not some long time ago, and let's start from Yusuf.
Yep, thanks, Radik. So hi everyone. Yeah, my name is Yusof, and as you know that I'm one of your alumni back in University of Malaya. So previously I studied in PASOM back in 2010, and then I continued my bachelor's and master's in mathematics in Faculty of Science in UM. So yeah, I can see my lecturers inside here. So yeah, this is more like a sharing session. And yeah, I've been working in Gatway for almost 2 years now. Previously, I worked as a software engineer for a few years, and then I decided to take on the BAU support roles. Hence, I joined Gatwire. And now I'm working under the CCO team, which stands for Customer and Cloud Operations. And actually, inside this team, we have like few sub teams, and my team is called the CASE team, which stands for the Customer Application Support Engineer. A high-level overview on what we did is mostly supporting the customer applications after it went into production. So just imagine that you are in a crime scene investigation, CSI, and then there's something happens in the middle, and then you have few suspects all around you. So your job as a case team member is actually like a detective. What you need to do is you need to investigate the scenario, identify what's the root cause, how the issue happens, and how to prevent the issues from happening again in the future. So yeah, that's our main task as a case team member. At the same time, we also involve in customer deployments. For example, if we have enhancement, we have defect fixes, we have new features. So yeah, we need to involve in customers deployment. And at the same time, we also have a side initiative for the Gatwire Global Support team. So for the technology stack that we use as a case team member, we didn't do as much as coding like Kimberly or Radik team did, but we did look a lot of the codes, documentations when troubleshooting the issues. We use a lot of technologies, but the most important thing that the case team need to have is the team members should have a good understanding on how the Java code works and how the SQL query works. And since our customer applications are mostly based on microservices architecture, so we depends a lot of monitoring tools like Sumo Logic, Sentry, and now we are moving towards the Datadog. Yeah, at the same time, we also need to understand how customer implements their configurations using Gateway products like Claim Center, Policy Center, Billing Center, and a few other products. So when I joined Gatwire, for a new joiner like me previously, we are given like 2 months to study on the products, and we actually need to get the certifications. It's not like once you join Gatwire, the next day you need to support the customer. So it's not like that. So yeah, we have a plenty of time to study the products. So if let's say you already finished your certifications and you're started to support the customer, we have a mentorship system within our team. So they will actually guide you on how to support the customer. So as a case team member, CCO, under CCO, what we did every day is we need to support the customer 24/7, and we are now supporting the customer all over the world. And our CCO team is actually quite big. So we have few offices in different regions. So let's say in APAC, we have KL office, we have Chennai, we have Tokyo. So we also have few team members in Dublin, in San Mateo in US, which is our HQ, and few other locations. So what we did every day is like in the morning, we take cases from our queue. So sometimes the cases might not be a defect. Yeah, sometimes it's like user asking some kind of guidance. So we actually have a few level of supports. So for example, customer have their own help desk. If their help desk not able to assist the user, they can actually raise a ticket to our CCO team, which will be assigned to our first responder. So first responder is like the frontliner of our products. So if the case is quite complex, they can actually route the case to my team. And it's also quite common for case team to have a call with customers along with the other vendors. And so, for example, we have an urgent case. We actually categorize cases based on severity. For example, maybe you need to monitor some kinds of transactions, or maybe you have a deployment at our midnight time, Malaysia midnight. You can always hand over the keys to the next region. So the next region for us is the EMEA region, which is the Dublin team. We have a scrum call or handover call in our morning and evening. So for weekend support, we also have a rotation within our CCO team member. So that's it. Yeah, overall case team member, yeah, we support the customers, we pinpoint the issues. If let's say it's a valid defects, yeah, we then tell the customers about the issues. The permanent code fixes will be handled by another team. So it can be another vendor that is taking care of the codes. Yeah, sometimes it is handled by our team, which is called the cloud assurance team. So they will work together with customer on the solutions. So that's it from me. I pass to Kimberly.
Hi, thank you, Yusuf. Hi, everyone. My name is Kimberly. I joined Guidewire last year, and it has been about 1 year and 4 months now. So I graduated from Multimedia University with a Bachelor in Engineering, but somehow one of the subject that I took, which is Introduction to Java subject, has sparked my interest to pursue in a career as a software developer. So I have been working as a software developer for 4 years now. Prior joining to Guidewire, I was working in a local consulting firm for 3 years, mainly on financial solution as a back-end developer. So by a very rare opportunity, I found Guidewire, and I then decided to join Guidewire as a consultant in GSC. No, GSC does not stand for Golden Screen Cinema. It is a short form for Guidewire Services Center. I had been trained on various Guidewire products, Guidewire integrations, and best practices for the first 2 months. So during the 2 months of training, we are assigned with mentor who will allocate a time every day for us to ask questions if we have issues in solving exercises or anything we don't understand, we can approach them. So those are the good time to understand Guidewire products, integration, and anything related to configuring the Guidewire applications, and also develop the business rules. So GSC Guidewire Services Center team, we mainly work on developing the business rules and logic for the project from out-of-the-box solutions until it is pushed to production. So while working on projects, we will need to follow the Guidewire defined best practice that will ensure our code quality, which will turn out less bugs and also ensure the upgradability in the future. So next, I will share my project experience in GSC team in Guidewire. So my first project was on the back end, mainly on Java. So it was a project to implement various integration with third-party systems for a market layer that insurance companies can use in common. So to be specific, the market layer that I work on was on the Nordic market layer, which includes countries like Denmark, Norway, and so on. So as a consultant, we sometimes need to present the functionality to customers or internal teams to get feedback, and also maybe collaborate with them to solve some problems. Next, another project that I involved is an upgrade project where I have the opportunity to work on front end with React by upgrading customers' existing back-end code base, front-end code base from Angular to React. So however, before that, I had no prior experience in Angular or React. So before I start the project, I underwent a few weeks training on Angular and React, and also on the Guidewire digital products that I will be working on. So this allowed me to quickly ramp up into the project. So you might be curious, what do we do as a consultant in GSC every day? So for me, a day started with, of course, a breakfast, checking emails, and also what are my to-do tasks of the day for today, and then also write down what do I want to accomplish today. Then I will begin working on those tasks. So in GSC, we practice agile methodology, specifically Scrum. Then we will have a daily stand-up or daily Scrum, which is a time box of 15 minutes to update our progress or to discuss any problems we face for the day, and also decide what to do for the next day with our project team. So of course, we can seek for any help during the day. We don't need to wait for the daily Scrum call. We also have channels where we can post our questions whenever we face any issues during the day, and there will always be someone who will provide you with the solutions or also provide you the directions. One interesting part I feel in my project is we will be working with colleagues from all over the world. So in my current project, we have team members from Ireland, United States, and of course from Malaysia. So we will find a time which suits everyone during working hours to have the daily Scrum without compromising on work-life balance. So this is actually a basic introduction of myself and GSC team. And now I have a question for Yusof.
Yep.
Since you joined Guidewire longer than me, how would you describe the culture in Guidewire, and why do you stay in Guidewire?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so the first question is the culture in Guidewire. Yeah, as a Guidewire employee, we are not always like come to work and then go back and then come to work, repeat, right? Sometimes we talk with our team member before the meeting started. For example, with the Chennai team. Yeah, sometimes we talk about what's the COVID-19 situation there in Chennai. And yeah, we actually have a thing called Guidewire Give Back. So it's like a medium that you can actually donate to some of the charity. You can donate to charity in Chennai there, and inside there you can also find like some kind of volunteer activities there. Anyone can post or join the activities there from the Guidewire Give Back, and you can actually use up to 2 days of VTO. VTO stands for volunteer time off. So it will actually not deducting your annual leave, so which is great for me. And yeah, last time in KL office, we have the Guidewire Give Back events for the local deaf community, which is called MFD, which stands for Malaysian Federation of the Deaf. So yeah, we actually have a lot of activities in Guidewire. Yeah, for the second questions, why do I stay in Guidewire? I came to Guidewire because of the, job locations, BAU positions, but I stay because of the community that we have in Guidewire. Sometimes in CCO, we have high severity cases and team members from CCO need to join the call. And inside the call, we actually have executives, like bosses, C-level executives joining the call. So it's kind of a rare culture that I didn't find in other company. And yeah, we also have a session with our CEO, like super boss, once every 2 weeks. And you can actually ask him any kind of questions that you have, like the direction of the company, his opinion on some of the issues. And also I learned a lot from this community because previously I didn't support production environment before. And yeah, I think I still have a long way to go in CCO. Yeah, in CCO, we actually have a quarterly recognition every few months. I think it's quarterly, and which you can be nominated. And we also have the same thing for all Guidewire employee globally, which we call as the Heroes of the Quarter. So yeah, questions to Kimberly. What about you? What's the best thing that you like about Guidewire?
Yeah, before that, actually in KL office, we also have the KL Collegiality Award every quarter to recognize and appreciate employees in the KL office who have shown one of the value for Guidewire, the collegiality value at work. So the winner of the award will actually get a gift card and also an official recognition in the office. So I will now answer your question. What is the best thing I like about Guidewire? There's many. So one of the things that I like the most is that the management team always listens and take care of employees' well-being, as currently most of the people are impacted with the COVID situations. The management team will always check up on us by having regular polls or surveys on our well-being from a scale of 1 to 5. And even recently, Guidewire has rolled out a flex work policy, so where we get to choose to be a primary office worker who works in the office for 3 days, at least 3 days and above, or partial office worker that works in the office at 2 days or lesser, or remote worker that goes to office only when needed. I feel that this really gives a great flexibility of choice to ensure the comfort of working with Guidewire. Another thing that I like about Guidewire is that being a female employee in Guidewire, I feel very comfortable working here. We have a group called GROW, which stands for Guidewire Recognition of Women, that supports women at Guidewire. So from time to time, they organize activities, forums that benefits women on our team. So I really feel appreciated and doesn't feel left out. And I also never encounter gender biasness over here. Besides that, I'm never bored of my job. There are so many learning opportunities here. And one thing I love the most in the KL Guidewire office is the office chair, although I have been to the office for only 2 weeks before MCO started last year.
Yep, yeah, we have been working from home for almost over a year now. And yeah, I haven't seen my team members like more than a year physically. And yeah, since you mentioned on learning opportunity, maybe you can elaborate more on that.
Oh, sure. On the job, I definitely learn on the latest technology. For example, React that I'm currently using, and also best practices when implementing code. For example, ensuring clean coding, where we reduce the code duplication, having good naming convention that ensures the readability and also maintainability of the code. So it is very important, as after deploying to production, we will hand over to the other team. So this will be easier for them to debug if there's any issues. So besides that, there's also opportunity for us to get external certification, and we can also reimburse the exam fee after passing the exam. So the recent new joiners in the GSC KL team, including me, form a study group with a goal to sit and pass for the professional Scrum developer certification. In this study group, we divide ourselves into smaller teams and assign topics to each team members. And then every week we will have virtual meeting for an hour to present the assigned topic to the other team members. What about you, Yusuf? What are the development learning opportunity in your team?
Yeah, for me, technologies moves quite fast, and actually, I did learn a lot from the other CCOT members, regardless of wherever they are. Sometimes I talk to the US team, sometimes I talk to the Dublin team, and occasionally we have a sharing session within our CCO team on how to support the cases, on how to use some of the technologies, how to handle personal data. Yeah, if let's say you are interested to learn more on other technologies, you can also use the LinkedIn Learning, in which Guidewire also subscribe to that service. And yeah, apart from development learning opportunity, I've participated in events that are organized by the KL Committee Club. And I think Kimberly is one of the committee team member. Maybe you can tell us more about that.
Oh yeah, sure. So on top of the normal day-to-day job, I involve myself in the social club as a committee member, where the purpose of the social club is to bring people together. We organize events during festivals, and the most recent events that we have organized was the Chinese New Year event. We had origami session during the event, and I hope you enjoyed the session, Yusuf. We divide employees into a few breakout rooms in Zoom, and the facilitators will be in each room to teach step by step on how to fold the origami using angpao. And this week we'll be having the virtual Hari Raya celebration too. So I hope the Guidewire employees in KL will enjoy the session this week. So as a committee in the KL Social Club, we also have meetings to discuss on what we want to do for the event. So I get to work with colleagues beyond the GSC team, as the committee team is made up of any volunteers from the KL office. So interestingly, by joining the social club as committee, I get to practice or improve on my time management, organizing skills, leadership skills when organizing these events. You will never know how creative you can go when working as a team, especially organizing virtual events where everyone is working from home. I hope this gives you a great insight, Yusuf. And
Yep.
do you have any more questions for me?
Nope.
So I think we can pass back to Rade or open the floor for further questions for any one of us.
Okay, we have approximately 10 minutes more before we should end. Okay.
Perfect, guys. Like it's a fantastic intro to each department. So you guys could see that, you know, I was describing a little bit things from the product development side. We had Kimberly talking about the GSE and delivery services, and also like Yusuf, who could give you some insights from the CCO side. So you see, like, you know, you have much more information about us as a team. Like, we all collaborate with each other. That's the most important, and you have a chance, you know, to work with people around the world, and that's very positive thing, and something I really like. We have also Don on this call, like his regional manager, like in KL. He's a very friendly person, and definitely like can tell you much more about the office in KL than I can tell you. But I'm just wondering, like, do you guys have any questions? Like, if you about any part of this session, you know, so interview process, but also, you know, like, if you would like to follow up with Kimberly or Yusuf regarding something, just feel free to do it now.
Okay, guys, do you have any question? Okay, Mr. Z, do you have any question, Dr. Z? Okay, if they don't have, then I have several questions actually. Okay, it seems that your young staff, Yusuf and Kimberly, are very happy working there. It's a good environment, I believe. Okay, actually my question is for you, Mr. Slomsky. Okay, what is the most challenging task for you that you had ever encountered during your work with Guidewire? What is the most challenging task?
Oh yeah, it's like it would be difficult to pick up one, I think, because there were so many. Like I said, I'm more than 6 years at Guidewire. So like before before moving to KL, I think that task was one of the projects that we did, product called IPG, but that was like insurance platform for Germany. So we were kind of, as a team, on huge delivery pressure at the time, because you know, the Guidewire, like the German market was very important for Guidewire, and we wanted to make like a first steps on that market, and had a very good relationship with one of the biggest, you know, insurance companies there. But we, at some point, we were in the trouble, you know, like, because we realized that, you know, the content that we actually have to deliver, you know, requires so much work, and we had to ask for help, like, and there were like people from professional services joining our team, you know, helping us, you know, deliver that on time. That was like very difficult challenge. We also had to kind of go through that communication and even more engagement with the customer, because they had to understand, you know, our position. They had to kind of accept, you know, the steps we took, you know, in order to deliver something on time. And because, you know, the customer was always like the main thing for Guidewire, right? And building that relationship is super important. And without, you know, that principle in mind, we wouldn't be able to do it, but we were. And I could leave, you know, Dublin with that peace of mind, you know, that that things went very well, and that challenge had the happy end. Right now, the biggest challenge is of course, moving to KL and build the product development here from scratch, completely new team. Like I said, we have the professional services for a couple of years already, like and Dawn is leading that team. But right now, product development is something that just started. We have one team at the stage. There is, I think, more than 6 people joining in June, and there will be more coming. So we want to hire like 50 plus people by the end of this financial year, which is like impressive growth. And this is why, you know, we are here as well to encourage you to apply. Did I answer your question, Dr.?
Yes. Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Reddick. I just want to know something about this GuideWire Cloud. What is it all about? What is this GuideWire Cloud here?
Yeah, so yeah, I can take that one for sure. So you know, like we are developing large enterprise application, right? And in the past, those applications they were hosted like by customers basically. So if you would buy one of the products that we have, you know, I mentioned on the presentation Insurance Suite, right? You would probably, you know, start from the core Insurance Suite, then you know, professional services team would add everything what you need in order to run your business, basically, so they could, you know, customize that product, and you could take it from there and just, you know, operate. But this would be hosted by you. Right now, we know that we have more challenges, because if you have the solution that is, you know, hosted by you and it's heavily customized, it's usually like hard to progress with your business, because you're facing some problem that, you know, we are still, you know, adding more on top. So we released new version of the Insurance Suite, like 10, you know, it was 9, then 10, like 11, and so on. If you would like to take that solution and you would like to apply it, you know, for yourself, like, and you have your product heavily customized, you would face some problems. And this kind of like told us that we need to change our approach a little bit, and we are moving more towards the cloud solutions, where you can use much more features that cloud gives you. So you can upgrade easily. You can move to the new version by just, you know, clicking a few things on the AWS, and you basically you can update your solution much quicker. You can create new bunch of environments, so you can scale your business earlier. So that's what it is about. Like the big change is that you will not host this by yourself. This will be hosted by GuideWire, like in the cloud, and you can use all those features that are available in the cloud that all the apps are using. You know, like you know, scalability, like upgradability, and logging, tracing, all that sort of stuff.
All right. And then another question, Mr. Reddick, I just want to know whether that for future candidate, I mean, for those who are interested actually to join in this GuideWire company, do they actually need to have somehow any background on programming? I mean, for those who have this degree in physics, perhaps, or chemistry or biology, if they have some background in programming, can they actually join GuideWire?
Excellent question, and I would say yes, they can join. Like I think the industry, like software industry, is changing in that way that everyone who has programming skills may apply for the job in programming. Like and you could see from Kimberly and Yusuf that there are roles that aren't like strict, you know, to the programming, and there are other skills important, like soft skills, like you know, talking to customer, like helping resolve those issues. And I think I have the kind of computer science background, but I see more and more people joining the software engineering industry who didn't complete like computer science, and that's possible as well. Like if probably this could be, you know, the barrier for the product development team if you don't have the strong coding skills. But for any other positions, that should be much easier process. Depends on the position. This may still require some coding, but it doesn't have to be the critical skill for your role, and we can evaluate that during the interview as well.
Thanks, Mr. Redick. Thank you.
Okay, I think maybe you can wrap up, Mr. Slomsky, your workshop.
Well, yeah. Like I just want to say, like, thanks, guys, for spending your time, on that session. I really appreciate that. It was like a, when they asked me to kind of do that workshop for you, I wasn't sure even will I be able to be in Malaysia at that time, and I'm very happy that I'm pleased that I could join you today from Kuala Lumpur, and kind of feel the atmosphere of this place, which I really love. I think you have very talented people. Like I pretty much interview each person that joined the product development team at Gatewire product development. And I can say that the guys that joined our team so far, they are super talented people. And I know that that talent is in your university as well. And I'm pretty sure that you guys have a great potential, and we just would like to encourage you to join us, because I think you have a lot to offer, and we have a lot to offer as well. So keep this in mind, and go to the career.gatewire.com, apply. If you think that, okay, this is not the moment yet to apply for the role, look, we may have some internship. You can join one of our internships programs, and we would take you to our team. We'll show you how it is at Gatewire, and I'm pretty sure this will leave very good impression on you, and you can apply later on as well.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, so since you are still new in Malaysia, I think it is still not too late to say welcome to Malaysia to you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Slomsky, for the very informative and interesting presentation. Although it is quite technical, I believe, but I think we have so many surviving listeners here. They seem very interested. Okay. And it is also good exposure for those who are aspire to be software engineer. So on behalf of the third international seminar, STEM seminar, we hope that inshallah you can join us again, maybe in the future, maybe next year or years after. So with this, I conclude this technical workshop. Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you, Mr. Yusuf. Thank you, Ms. Kimberly. That's it for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi, and welcome back everyone for our final plenary session. Our final plenary session speaker is Mr. Ian Doyle. He is a consulting manager at Guidewire Ireland, Dublin, and he'll be talking to us about the future of work, preparing young people for the workforce of the future. Mr. Ian Doyle is a consulting manager for the Guidewire Services Centre in Ireland. He has over 10 years of industry experience as a software developer, senior consultant, solutions architect, and manager. Prior to joining Guidewire in 2012, Ian worked as a senior consultant for Deloitte and previously as a senior developer for IBM. Ian is actively involved in all areas of graduate recruitment, from defining interview best practice to running graduate programs and internship programs. So let's put our hands together for Mr. Ian Doyle. Ian, the floor is for you now.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, I suppose. It's probably more appropriate. Can everyone hear me okay? Just doing a bit of a mic check.
Yep, we can hear you.
Yep.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, look, first of all, thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about, I suppose, Guidewire, the future of work, and just everything that's happening right now in what is a very interesting time, I suppose. So what I'm going to talk about during the next hour or so is, I suppose, the future of work, and the future of work specifically through the medium of soft skills and the importance of soft skills, regardless of what job you do. So I know this is a mainly technical audience here, and I myself would be from a very technical background, but one of the things really I've learned throughout my career, and one of the things we focus on in Guidewire, is the importance of the non-technical skills as well as the technical skills. So what I'm going to be doing is just going through a bit of a slide deck around soft skills. So if anyone has any questions during this, please feel free to put them in the chat, and I can review them at the end, and we can have a bit of a Q&A. So hopefully there will be a couple of questions coming. So I'm just going to share my screen now. Just a sec. Okay, can everyone see my workshop okay?
Yeah, we can see it.
Thank you. Okay, so like I said, what I'm going to be talking about today is soft skills and the importance of soft skills. And I'll be giving examples of kind of like, where I work and the job we look for people to do, and the different roles that soft skills are important, and why they're important as well. I think, it can be very easy to focus on technical skills when you're doing a technical course, when you're a software developer or engineer. And of course, those are incredibly important skills to have. But really, what ties them together and what ties your ability to work within a team is things like communication, accountability, even time management, and kind of basic skills like this. So I just wanted to maybe impart the importance of this. And like I said, kind of talk about it in a medium of why we think this is important, and maybe some examples from the roles that we have of what these skills are used. So I'll start with a quick intro. It was already kind of covered. So I have 14 years experience as a software engineer, a consultant, an architect, and a people manager. I'm not going to go through my job history, but I'm heavily involved in graduate recruiting and the development of graduate recruiting for the Dublin office and Guidewire globally. I run our graduate program in Dublin. So in Dublin, we have about 120 odd people. I've been with Guidewire since it was a much smaller company, since it was a much younger company. And I was one of the first 15 employees in Dublin as well. So I've seen that office grow quite a lot. I also run our internship program as well. So if anyone has questions on internships, I'm more than happy to answer them during the course of this. I've been a consulting manager since 2016, moving away from kind of technical work into a full-time people management role. I suppose I know you've already had a talk about Guidewire, but I suppose I just wanted to kind of give you my thoughts on kind of who we are. So we are a cloud company, and the interesting thing is we didn't start as a cloud company when I joined. We were kind of an on-premise software development company, but we are very much now in that cloud space. So we have the largest insurance cloud platform in the world, and the Guidewire insurance platform. We have over 400 insurers that we work with from over 30 countries, some of the largest and most complex systems in the insurance world. And you may think insurance is slightly boring, and what I would say is it can be a conservative industry, but we are not a conservative company. We are very much on the cutting edge of what's possible in this insurance world. We very much see ourselves as trendsetters and market leaders in this space. So the insurance world, as everything else, really is going through a radical change right now in the way people interact with their insurers, in the way they expect insurance to work, even in the way things are happening, like on-demand insurance for